Olá, bom dia a todos, todas e todos.
Good morning, everyone. My name is André Mesquita. I am the curator of MASP, and I'm also the coordinator of the public programs in the museum. I would like now to welcome you all to our third edition of our seminar entitled Histories of Ecology. Like I said, this is the third edition of this series of seminars that we began in 2022. These three seminars are all about publicly starting our curatorial year named of Ecology at MASP. We're going to have a series of monographs and also collective exhibits on the topic. The seminars are quite a useful tool when it comes to curatorial research in the museum. Also, anthologies were published year after these seminars, which means that next year we're going to publish an anthology on histories of ecology with the texts that are being presented in these seminars, as well as other reference texts in the topic. These seminars are always a very important tool when it comes to producing knowledge, when it comes to research, talking about academic and curatorial research, so that we can think of the exhibits that are going to be held in the museum. Before we begin, I would like to voice my thanks to all colleagues who are now organizing this seminar along with me: Isabella Azoulay, Celina De Brito, assistant curator, David Ribeiro, who also helped us producing this seminar, the producer Rafael the artistic director at MASP. I also want to thank our sign language interpreters and translators who are going to be helping us during this event. They will be translating talks, comments. Also, thank you to the technical staff who's been supporting us, and also the attendees of the Histories of Ecology seminar. We're going to hear from Chelsea Frazier, Guarani, Ross Gray, and collective group called One Grupa. Each speaker will have 30 minutes for their talk, and after that, we're going to open for questions from the audience. So if you have any questions or comments during these talks, please send your questions in writing using the YouTube chat function. These questions will be later read by our speakers. At the end of the first roundtable, we're going to have an extra 30 minutes for Q&A. A link will be made available to you so you can get your participation certificate. With that, let's begin the first roundtable of this event. I will be mediating such roundtable. We're going to have two roundtables, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. In the afternoon, we're going to have Guarani and One Group. In the first roundtable, we're going to have Ross Gray and Chelsea Frazier. First speaker will be Ross Gray. She's the director of the program for master's degree in ecology and co-director of the Center for Art and Ecology, University of London. She's a writer and researcher that collaborates with artists, curators, scientists, producers, and activists to explore the possibility of a process of a planet rewilding that she understands as a way of ecological involvement, sensitive attention, in the long run to specific places, more than human communities, as well as marginalized features and knowledge. Gets to ecology from the research historical perspective, investigating militant cinema histories in colonizing context, and considers climate justice as essential for ecological care. Ross, welcome to our seminar. Over to you.
Thanks so much, André and the entire team for this wonderful invitation, and very excited to be presenting some of my thoughts alongside such a wonderful set of speakers. It's really an honor to be here. So my talk is called Rewilding After Imperial Ecology, and for this presentation I'm going to be talking about some artists who have developed durational projects that are explicitly ecocentric, anti-colonial, anti-fascist and feminist, and that use forms of that are interested in developing forms of ecological stewardship and approaching histories of agriculture and ecology with a careful criticality. My engagement with these artistic practices has involved me being interested in how artists have proposed practical strategies for rewilding that are emancipatory and decolonial in contexts of ongoing colonial oppression and contestation over how to live with the land. So just to start off with, I think I need to say that rewilding is a highly contested term. In the UK, where I'm speaking from, it has become the focus of a so-called culture war, and rewilding has been represented as involving a relinquishing of maintenance of land and as a threat to farming communities. Too often the debates for or against rewilding have been dominated by the voices of wealthy landowners who replicate colonial tropes. Where successful, it's involved intense engagement with local communities and careful interventions to restore ecological health and biodiversity. How do we navigate the afterlives of imperial ecology in the context of present-day resurgent fascism, greenwashing, and settler colonial violence? The artistic projects I'm going to talk about are situated within complex and entangled histories. I want to explore how rewilding, understood in relation to artistic practices of ecological stewardship, might offer us examples and strategies for livable, regenerative futures that resist ongoing forms of colonialism and privatization of the commons. Indeed, one of the features that these artists share is a commitment to the commons, and I want to argue that this is essential to reconnect rewilding practices to a politics of commoning. So, as I'm sure most of you know, rewilding is a fairly new term. It was first used in the 1990s to describe ecological restoration that involved the reintroduction of large herbivores and predators into habitats vastly reduced by colonialism and industrialization, and still threatened by biodiversity loss, urbanization, and intensive agriculture. It recognized that the extermination of large mammals whose presence supported a myriad of other species within a given ecosystem had changed huge tracts of mixed habitat into dense forest canopy, which came in the European colonial imaginary to represent an iconic landscape of sort of untouched wilderness that required either taming for industrial agriculture or preservation for leisure pursuits such as elite leisure pursuits such as hunting. So in this sense, rewilding was a sort of methodological departure in conservation from what is sometimes called the fortress model of conservation. And as William Cronin and others have argued, the establishment of national parks and wildlife reserves often involved the displacement of indigenous peoples and the entrenching of environmental racism to create landscapes emptied of people, except for an elite who were given access for the purpose of leisure and their own health. Rather than striving for an ecological baseline based on a fantasy of a pre-industrial wilderness untouched by human society, and thus erasing long histories of indigenous and peasant cultivation and land stewardship, rewilding allowed more complex ecologies to emerge in sites that have experienced environmental harm and ecological simplification. However, mainstream discourses of rewilding have tended to overlook key questions of land ownership and histories of dispossession. Indeed, many prominent rewilding projects are situated on land stolen from indigenous communities, or in the UK, on private estates, some of which have been owned by the same families since the beginning of the enclosures. How can rewilding be delinked from private property and colonial inheritance? How might rewilding be repurposed to reverse forms of alienation, coercion, and inequality enacted through enclosures, as well as the social damage caused by a lack of access to intergenerational knowledge of how to live with the land? In recent years, rewilding has also become a sort of lifestyle buzzword that promises psychological and physical healing through reconnection with nature, oscillating, as Maya and Ruben Folks point out, between the revival of romantic individualism and questioning the alienation from the natural world associated with consumer capitalism. Some versions of rewilding, therefore, do little to unsettle the idea of nature as a commodity to be consumed, or presumptions of land ownership inherited from through colonialism and patriarchy, nor do they disrupt imperial hierarchies of knowledge. I argue that we desperately need critical sensitivity to the histories of dispossession and colonial violence to ensure that rewilding does not replicate coloniality and the inequalities and exclusions created by enclosures, something that's often missing from the scientific discipline of ecology. Nevertheless, as Paul Jepson and Kane Blythe have argued, rewilding has this sort of potential to unsettle what they call a set of binaries that have shaped and ordered European landscapes, imaginations, and institutions, and in turn, the landscapes beyond Europe that have been dominated through colonial and harmed through European colonialism. These binaries include wild domestic, natural cultivated, and humane inhumane. Rewilding unsettles and blurs these boundaries, and this makes it politically and potentially transformative. As such, rewilding holds within it echoes of ideas of wildness as opposed to wilderness, and that's an important distinction, which has an anarchist genealogy going back to Kropotkin, who recognized the central place of mutual aid in evolution. Ghassan Haig argues that domestication is a colonial mechanism in which violent oppression and paternalistic civilizing are two sides of the same coin. Haig traces how this colonial dynamic of domestication can be found in agriculture, in patriarchal relations, child rearing, and of course colonialism, all relationships of power that have varying degrees of coercion. Other interpretations of domestication based on agriculture, such as that of Vincent Desprez, suggest that there are forms of practice that are more open to alterity and less characterized by efforts to dominate that might be better described as coevolution, and indeed multi-species coevolution. Another important reference is Vandana Shiva, who advocates regenerative practices of agriculture that involve what she calls co-production with nature. So the examples of practices that I'm going to discuss today are not situated in national parks or conservation zones that are heavily guarded, but in rural sites that have been subjected to different histories of agricultural intensification, settler colonial violence, or in the case of another example that I don't think I'm going to have time to talk about today, which is an artistic duo called Landra, actually in relation to the fascist dispossession of local knowledges of subsistence in Portugal. Nevertheless, these projects suggest alternative genealogies of rewilding connected to practices of commoning. So the first one that I'm going to talk about involves the work of Åsa Sonjasdotter and Åsa Elson and their research on the Folgestadt Agricultural School. And I wonder if we could have the next slide, please. Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you. Thanks. Åsa Sonjasdotter and Åsa Elson, two artists with the same first name, have conducted research on the Folgestadt Agricultural School, which was a queer feminist community founded in Sweden in the early 20th century with the purpose of giving women a central place in farming. Sonjasdotter's practice also involves plant breeding and farming in the context of the contemporary peasant farmers movement, which is an international movement that really had its basis in peasant farmers movements in India, but is very much an international movement that's of great importance in the contemporary world, as well as archival research and making exhibitions. So her subsequent research project has traced the links between the Folgestadt movement in Sweden and the beginnings of organic farming in the UK through the founding of the Soil Association. So perhaps the key text of the Folgestadt group was a pamphlet called Peace with Earth that was published in 1940 by politician Ellen Wagner and farmer Elizabeth Tam. So Wagner and Tam were feminists who were part of the Folgestadt group, and they were critical of the connection between land ownership, extractivism, militarization, and the effects of agricultural intensification and modernization. And the effects, the sort of detrimental effects that they saw included the alienation of women from the land and their displacement from agricultural work, as well as the increased brutality towards animals and a devastating loss of biodiversity. So reading this book, you really kind of see this, the concerns that they had really being realized in the decades that followed. They proposed principles of self-sufficiency, diversity, and patience. And here their ideas find an interesting echo in more recent feminist ideas about the need for slowness against extractivism. About the Folgerstadt School, Åsa Sonjasdotter comments that the Folgerstadt group stuck together for a long, long time. They were friends, they fell in love with each other, lived, worked, and learned together, experienced conflicts, desire, and care for each other, and were entwined through different kinds of relationships and affinities. This was a vibrant queer community, literally and metaphorically, with their hands in the earth. In 1919, Elizabeth Tam commissioned a carpet titled A Fallow for the library in the Folgerstadt School, which Åsa Sonjasdotter recreated for an exhibition honouring the work of the Folgerstadt community. So this carpet depicts a fallow field, referencing the practice of leaving fields uncultivated for a season so that they can recover. It's a time of rest and recovery, of waiting and non-productivity that allows other forms of life to flourish. In the exhibition, the carpet became a gathering place for conversations about the Folgerstadt group, about ecofeminism, about commoning, and many other really important questions. So I think it's important to say that this body of work and artistic research doesn't represent an uncritical celebration of a proto-ecofeminism. In the pamphlet, there is a contrast between ancient or traditional practices and modernization, whereas in fact, at the time, the emerging organic movement, farming movement in Europe was also drawing on the agricultural expertise of colonized people, often unacknowledged. And Tam and Wagner were in communication with British advocates of the organic farming movement, such as Eve Balfour, who wrote a book called The Living Soil, which you'll see if we have the next slide, and co-initiated the Soil Association in 1946. So Balfour's thinking around organic farming practices and resistance to the use of chemical treatments on plants and soil was informed by the British agronomist Albert Howard, who in turn learned techniques of regenerative composting by observing peasant farmers when he was working on British plantations in India. He appropriated techniques of composting used by Indian peasant farmers whose fields were much less disease-prone than the colonial plantations. This pattern of European regenerative farming methods taking knowledge from indigenous farmers without sufficient acknowledgement took place in the context of British colonial rule, and it's a trope that obviously continues, though it is encouraging to see that parts of the permaculture community have begun to reckon with their debt to indigenous communities. In subsequent research, that also Sonjasdotter has led in the UK, she returned with a group of my students who are artists to the fields of the Hawley experiment, where the Soil Association carried out a 30-year project comparing organic and chemical methods. In dialogue with local farmers and villagers, the artist asked, what traces remain of the Hawley experiments in living memory, in the soil, in the fields, in the way that we farm today? How do we honour different ways of knowing and learning from without replicating extractivism? How do we know soil through scientific, historical, intergenerational, or sensory methods? So if we go to the next slide, we'll see some images from an event that Sonjasdotter and three artists called Fatima Alawat, Sophie Hughes and Linnea Jonels made at the village of Hawley that involved different kinds of engagement with land, walking through the fields, picking up soil samples, looking through the library of the Soil Association, looking at the soil samples under the microscope, identifying components. And Fatima also set up a table where you could sample the samples of soil through smell. And think up names for the smell of soil, a bit like sort of wine tasting or something. So thinking about different sensory engagements with soil, embodies forms of knowledge and so on. And the audience for this was partly people from contemporary art audience, but also people from the village of Hawley, local farmers, and so on. So there were these very interesting kind of cross-generational conversations between different communities about the sort of legacies of the Hawley experiment and its meaning in their lives. So The second genealogy I want to discuss centers on the work of Sakiya, which is an art, science, and agricultural residency founded in Palestine in 2016 by the artist Nida Sinakrot and architect Sahar Kwasami. So we could see the next slide, please. Thank you. So it's located on a hillside outside Ramallah, and they've worked with local artisans, farmers and villagers, as well as with international artists, architects, writers and students. And the cultivation of knowledge at Sakiya involves processes of co-production generated not only through interdisciplinary collaborations between art, science and technology, but also crucially through attention to the knowledge that generations of Palestinians hold about how to live with the land and sustain its biodiversity. This process, in turn, addresses the climate crisis from the perspective of those most acutely affected by it. So their approach is thus not only grounded in interdisciplinary experimentation, it's profoundly anti-colonial and socially radical. So Sakiya draws on the Palestinian tradition of the mashar, which was an equitable system of communal land tenure that distributed agricultural plots amongst peasant cultivators. Through the restoration of agricultural architectural features such as dry stone walls, the revival of sustainable subsistence through foraging, and collaboration with farmers to enable coexistence between the wild and domesticated animals and the plants that are grown in the small plots, as well as the creative nurturing of storytelling and myth. Sakiya proposes local solutions to the crisis of climate breakdown and alienation from the land, all in the context of Israeli occupation and the neoliberal forces of urbanization. As Nida Sinakrot has analysed, environmentalism in occupied Palestine has often served as a tool of colonial enclosure. And we might think here of the sort of afforestation that's been promoted by Israel as a sort of supposedly greening of the landscape, making the desert green, in which European pine trees have been used by Israel to erase Palestinian villages and agriculture. The monocrops of pine trees chimed with a European image of what a forest should look like, while the acidic deposits from fallen pine needles prevented undergrowth and thus deprived Palestinian shepherds of pasture. So Sakiya is situated in Area C of the West Bank, and in this area there's a very complex and restrictive legal structure, and it means that the construction of new buildings is forbidden. So a really important part of Sakiya's work involves archival research into vernacular architectures that once existed and might be reconstructed or restored. So, for example, Sakiya's restoration of the terraces along the hillsides enables the planting of crops that are appropriate to the climate, but also restores local pride in the artisanal skills of dry stone wall building, encouraging a younger generation to train in this important craft and enabling them to resist the pressure to migrate to the urban areas for employment. For Sakiya, dry stone walls depart from the colonial use of walls as rigid boundaries between the cultivated and the wild, between the colonized and the colonizers, as they are porous surfaces that are important multi-species habitats, and that they're thus full of life and information. They're sort of spaces that are alive rather than rigid barriers. So if we could go on to the next slide, please. So Sinakrot's artistic work and ongoing project, Storytelling Stones, which he began in 1922, explores the acoustic capacities of dry stack stone construction, which he reconfigures as circular echoing sculptures with environmental sensors lodged within their crevices that translate and amplify the eco-acoustic phenomena. And so these sort of stone chambers echo and generate sounds that amplify the sort of the qualities of the wind and the animals living within the stone walls. Another sort of way in which Sakiya have been thinking about rewilding pedagogy, and certainly a very important one in the context of occupied Palestine, where the foraging of certain wild edible plants that are key elements in Palestinian cuisine has been criminalized under Israeli law. So working with local villagers, Sakiya encourages the intergenerational transmission of knowledge of how to pick and prepare plants growing on the hillside in abundance that are a source of sustainable food in arid conditions, rather than crops that take up huge amounts of water. Amid the criminalization of foraging in the name of settler colonial environmentalism, preserving the knowledge of how to identify and process wild edible plants for future generations is a matter of food justice. So these are some of the ways in which Sakiya, I would argue, is repurposing rewilding, which is a term they've really claimed and use a lot to describe their practice, to the cause of environmental and social justice through a focus on education and knowledge sharing. And this is one of the other ways that we might think about commoning. So Sakiya's expanded notion of rewilding understands that truly transformative and liberatory practices of ecological stewardship must also connect human communities to the rhythms of the modern human world. Crucially, these acts of regeneration involve commitment to the commons and to commoning practices that are ongoing and orientated to the future. And if we could go to the next slide, please. So their workshops and other events have meant that Sakiya sort of sees itself as a sort of experimental academy, a real center for an emancipated forms of and experimental forms of education that are interdisciplinary and cross-generational. And just to sort of finish, we might consider here the exquisite native plant storytelling deck designed by Nadia Asfour, a student resident at Sakiya, which invites a re-engagement with Palestinian nature and folklore. So the cards show images of leaves and flowers growing from human hands and feet, tendrils curling around limbs, a seed case that splits open to reveal human lips, an ear sprouting from a cactus. Against the singular modernist narrative of progress, these magical images of human, plant, mineral becomings show nature not as separate from culture. Rather, they appear as the seeds of stories emerging from the Palestinian land that may be recombined to generate an infinite set of new narratives for a future that is not yet written. Thank you. I'm going to stop there.
Ross, muitíssimo obrigado pela sua apresentação.
Thank you very much, Ross, for your talk.
Muito interessante.
It's very, very interesting. I was taking notes. I think there are many topics we can comment on at the end of this roundtable. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
A gente vai passar agora, então, para a Chelsea, mas antes
we'll now hand the floor over to Miss Chelsea. But before we do that, I forgot to say something. I had to make my self-description. That's so important. Well, I am a person with black hair, gray beard. I'm wearing a dark blue shirt, and behind me there is a shelf. I think it's always very important for one to describe themselves in events, but just one. With that, let's move on. Second talk of the day. Again, if you have questions, please make sure you send them in writing using the chat feature on YouTube. We'll be addressing those questions at the end of our roundtable. Let me now introduce the second speaker of the day, Chelsea Fraser. Title is Visualizing.
Chelsea Fraser é uma ecocrítica feminista negra, ela escreve, pesquisa e leciona.
Fraser is a Black feminist, eco-critic, writes, researches, and teaches at the intersection of Black feminist theory and ecological thought. She's also on the faculty of the Department of English Literature at Portugal University. In 2019, she founded Ask an Amazon, an educational center aimed at supporting students, professionals, and organizations in their intellectual and creative development. Currently, Fraser is working on the manuscript of her first book, which illuminates the cultural histories and creative contributions of Black women who have created rich and transformative practices of an alternative ecological ethics to the environmentalism that are easily found in Western society. It will be great to hear what Chelsea has to say. I think there will be lots of common ground with what has just been presented by Ross in first talk. Chelsea, over to you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the team for this invitation. I feel so honored to be here with you all. And I think there will be a lot of resonances between my talk and Ross's as well. I was really excited to receive this invitation because I am coming off of the heels of the research I did for and the publication of a text celebrating the work of curator Eileen Harris Norton. And when I was asked to contribute to that collection, I got a chance to really reflect on how important it is that the visual and the aesthetic is for thinking through ecology and the way that we understand ecology. And it's very difficult to have a body of texts, have a body of works that disrupt and challenge our more traditional understandings of ecology's concerns without, of course, the people, the entities, the institutions that support the production of that work. And so doing that research gave me an opportunity to really think broadly about how Black feminist ecology, which is an analytic that I've been thinking through, developing, and trying to articulate for some years, how that praxis can play out at the level of curation, collecting, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to share just a little bit about, or a little bit from that research, and to use it to think through how we can use visualizations to theorize a more expanded notion of ecology that is both expanded, but also really, really focused on relationality, how things relate to each other, how ideas relate to each other, how ideas open up possibilities, and how ideas foreclose other possibilities. So I'm just going to share my screen once I get my slideshow. Okay. Okay. So when Eileen Harris Norton began building her majestic and extensive collection, her impulse was just as political as it was aesthetic. Her interest in collecting was a reflection of the ways that she and her then husband, Peter Norton, connected to and enjoyed spending their time. But it also represented an investment in the kind of economic, political, and cultural impact that she was beginning to make then and continues to make now. In a 1998 Artwire profile of the philanthropist, Norton's philosophy clarified the motivation behind her work. Quote, "You live in the world, and if you're aware and you have the ability to do something, you do it. Women's and children's issues, parenting, these are my concerns as a woman and a mother. How do you learn to be a parent? You don't get an instruction manual when you have these little people. If you happen to have a good parent, then you tend to be one, but not all of us are that lucky. So these are the things I care about." Relatedly, the present mission of the Eileen Harris Norton Foundation is to, quote, "achieve social and environmental justice through supporting organizations dedicated to education, family, and the environment," end quote. Fortunately for us, witnesses and potential students of the Eileen Harris Norton collection, its pieces carry meanings and teachings relevant to our most pressing histories and ongoing concerns. Given Norton's investment in social and environmental justice, It's not hard to recognize how the works of Maya Lin, Julie Moretu, and Wangechi Mutu, for example, found their way into the collection. In many ways, their work functions on a representational level, illustrating the kinds of colonial and state violence wrought dysfunction that leads to environmental, which is inherently social, destruction. Even within the collection, the works of Lin, Moretu, and Mutu resist traditional categorization that would typically disentangle the social from the ecological. Instead, Lin's subtle depictions of nature, Moretu's slippery abstract landscapes, and Mutu's performative rituals, culled together through Eileen's collecting eye, reveal an inviting and instructive rubric that understands the crucial connections between art making, social activism, and ecological awareness. We're going to start with Phases of the Moon by Maya Lin. In this piece, Lin invites us to slow down and consider alternative ways of reorienting ourselves to our understanding of time and perception. Lin, a Chinese-American sculptor and environmentalist born in Ohio, first came to prominence when she won a national competition to design the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. in the United States. She has gone on to create several memorials, sculptures, and curated landscapes, with many designed to educate the public after first, again, slowing us down. Numbers that represent hours and electronic digits that represent currency pollute our psyches at any given moment. But Lin's cyclical discs and Phases of the Moon call to mind a different measure of time that can only be discerned via knowledge of lunar activity. And because of the moon's connection to so many other things that govern and stabilize our lives, water, storms, climate, and of course, its symbolic and material relationship to femininity, it's a wonder that we pay this element of nature so little attention in our modern world. Each of the 8 discs that compose the sculpture are created from beeswax. Crafted under Lin's sculptural hand, the discs take on a delicate energy. Much like the moon, the discs quietly grasp and keep our interest. They make us wonder about their complexities, concealed by the fact that we can only see parts of the moon throughout its cycle. The materiality of the beeswax lends itself to this cycle of revealing and concealing, depending on one's perspective. Though it is spherical, our visual ability to discern the fullness of its cycles as humans is reduced. Lin brings the limitations of our human perception of one of nature's giants to our attention in this work. When viewers surrender to this captivation, its effects are subtle. Yet they remind us that there's so much more to life-giving and life-stabilizing elements of nature that dictate our lives than we often remember. Lin's Silver River, Mississippi carries a similarly understated effect and asks viewers to reflect on the state of our rivers. In many societies historically, metals and water are revered for their preciousness. Metals because of their readiness to function as exchangeable currency, and rivers as a site necessary for those exchanges. The difference between the two, however, is that water is an indispensable substance that we as humans would quite literally be nothing without. By contrast, we often treat metals/currency as if they are the primary, indispensable force composing our very bodies. This misalignment of our values continues to push us into ever more trying ecological catastrophe, as an overinvestment in currency and capitalist consumption directly correlates to the terrible abuse of our freshwater supplies. By constructing an aerial view of the Housatonic River in New Haven, Connecticut in the United States, Lin again plays with the perception of our relationship to this element, calling our attention to the river and asking us to reconsider the amount of space that rivers/water and currency/metals take up in our mind. Though not shying completely away from subtlety, Julie Moretu's work in the Eileen Harris Norton collection makes use of abstraction to disorient and help us think through and feel the ways that we organize space. In allegorical landscapes, for example, Moretu asks us to consider the ways that our landscapes can hide as much as they reveal. In Moretu's larger body of paintings, architectural drawings, and murals, she draws from her experiences as an American born in Ethiopia and as a visual artist interested in the communities and clashes that result from European and colonial histories, as well as the histories of resistance and resilience of both people and land. Moretu's most famous piece to date is surely her mural. Commissioned by Goldman Sachs in 2010 and housed in the lobby of the investment bank in New York City. This is a bit of a detail from it. It's huge. Viewers are enthralled by the many colorways and lines that appear to go and come everywhere, mirroring the energy of the city. In allegorical landscapes completed in 2004, there are already whispers of the abstract lines and use of color that have become Moretu's signature. And when viewing all of these pieces together in the collection, this is one of several pieces that take on very similar qualities. The gestural marks take on an avian-like quality that visually connects each unique landscape in the series and gives them an otherworldly appeal. Another glance invites the viewer to consider the vegetal quality of the landscapes, which becomes clearer and clearer with each mark. And with an even deeper glance, the almost faint blues, blush, sepia tones, along with the lighter, rounded, and rhythmic gestures, invite viewers to see a waterscape, or perhaps series of waterscapes. In these pieces, the rounded and softer gestures come into focus only after an intentional gaze past the more linear and darker lines that protrude upward and outward from the gentle gestural marks. In so many ways, the piece functions as a comment on the possibility of social and ecological freedom, given the structure of our various interconnected cultures and societies, while also suggesting the possibility of something beyond them or underneath them. As Moretu herself explains, and I'm quoting her here, "I don't think anyone, any person from any background is living in this culture and society with the idea of freedom, like in a real kind of liberatory way. To me, it goes back to that same source where you're growing up in a context where the idea of your autonomy and the capability of ultimately being free is not a guarantee. And you know that from your daily lived experience, especially as a person of color or as a woman or a queer person, whatever it is. And we are constantly negotiating systems of power or constantly negotiating how to find places of freedom," end quote. The contrast between the size and depth of these lines and a consideration of the series title helps the viewer to consider the concealed information that our landscapes continue to hold. Whispers of ancestral knowing, practices of ecological stewardship lost, play and pleasure unencumbered by masculinist and capitalist space making, and the lived experiences that make us unfree. Our spaces, though we often forget, are so much deeper and richer than the harsh and violent lines that carved into our soil, our communities, our very bodies. Moretu's allegorical landscapes encourages us to listen to, remember, and quietly discern different ways of understanding lands, just beneath the very loud lines that we use to divide them. The works of Lynn and Moretu focus on our relationships with our environments that are easily overlooked and require deepened attention. They have the potential to disorient us, however gently, and provide an invitation to consider the world differently. These pieces viewed in conversation with those of Moretu provide another layer of this process. Moretu, a painter, sculptor, writer, and performer, born in Nairobi, Kenya, in East Africa, and living and working most recently between Nairobi and Brooklyn, New York, has never shied away from deconstructing and depicting feminine histories, the archetypes imposed on women, and the ways that women are impacted by our growing ecological imbalance. One of the most stunning lies wrought by colonialism and state violence is the idea that we can somehow disconnect from our environment. That lie has made way for us to build entire societal and cultural norms atop the idea of disconnection from our environment and therefore disconnection from our very roots. The work of Lynn and Maretu in the collection make us aware of that disconnection. Mutu then, via the instructiveness of an Africana or Black femininity, maps the social histories that contribute to that disconnection and reconnection to and from ourselves, each other, and our environments. In this first piece, untitled from 2002, the colors black, white, and red frame the viewer's focus, which lands first, inevitably, on the seductive flesh of our heroine's buttocks, thighs, calves, ankles, and feet. Though her buttocks and legs are exposed, the pointed black heels that seem to shackle her feet suggest an attempt to keep her body contained even as it is exposed. By contrast, the heroine's torso is entirely concealed by a red and white bodysuit that snakes up her arms, neck, and even her face. Her face is masked, and she sports a gravity-defying and ornate hairstyle with brown, large barrel curls that mimic the roses that adorn her hair and left wrist. And in her left hand, she holds a rifle by its butt, leaving it unclear as to whether the weapon is for display or protective use. Everything about this image is paradoxical. Our heroine's legs and buttocks are exposed yet off limits. She holds a deadly weapon, but in a way that neutralizes her ability to use it immediately. Her attire, potentially a costume or even uniform, is intentionally attention-grabbing, yet her grit-tooth smile signals an anxiety-ridden discomfort or perhaps even intense pain. We are then left to wonder, what could be ailing this bewitching figure? The legacy of chattel slavery, colonial violence, and
Legado da escravidão. I apologize, ma'am. Go on.
Oh, no problem. The legacy of chattel slavery, colonial violence, and the ways that both have produced a history of women's, and especially Black women's, sexual exploitation in the West offers clues, barely concealed by her fanciful attire, about how and why this feminine heroine might be ailing. The shackled, albeit stylishly shackled, ankles, thighs, and buttocks signal captivity, perhaps a captured sexuality. Her concealed face and head denotes an absence of a self-defined erotic subjectivity, and the figure's stationary pose and awkward handling of the rifle attest to its precarious access to protection and power. There is a paradoxical nature to being and doing Africana femininity. The figure in Untitled also offers a less than ideal representation of that doing, but also offers a compassionate mirroring of the kinds of splintering, cutting, and positioning for sexual consumption that Black women are forced to grit and bear. The piece is both a celebration of that flexibility, strength, and contortions that Black women have mastered in their doing. The piece is a representation of the effects of the pain and anxieties those contortions often bring. It holds both. The promise of paradox and similar chromatic hues continues into the second piece I want to bring to our attention. But this work communicates very different ends. We catch a glimpse of our heroine mid-ritual, with eyes rolling back in ecstasy as she uses a wooden tool to pierce through her open mouth and the back of her skull, releasing red blood into a small pot. Unlike the restrained and meticulously coiffed hairstyle worn by the figure in the first image, this heroine's unruly mane seems to have a mind of its own. Though she bends her head downward, her blonde, flea-flowing tresses defy gravity by sweeping upward, careful not to be sullied by blood. Behind her is a full-chord window filled with the sight of lush clouds, but the white of the background leaves our heroine's location ambiguous. She takes a seated position with widespread legs and black stiletto heels. A full white skirt and cream lace ruffled top frame her bare belly and chest, and in her left hand she carries a bouquet, perhaps a sacrificial offering of roses in blush tones. The graceful gestures, bodily positioning, and colors of the figure in this piece are reminiscent of those in Mutu's 2012 short film Eat Cake. When asked about her choices in that film, Mutu explains, and I'm quoting her here, "As you know, I often think about West African deities. There are certain deities who have retained their meaning and their history more than many others in Kikuyu culture. I was thinking about Papa Legba or Legba of the greedy trickster and the idea of not being satisfied no matter how much they're given, and about teaching lessons through tricking people. People's ways of seeing depend on where they're looking from, you know. So even though the piece is in black and white, the colors of a Legba, the red and the white are still in there." End quote. Conversely, the references to a Legba through the use of the phallic stick in white, black, and red affirms that an important ritual is taking place. It also points to an unbridled erotic energy and the kinds of paradoxes endemic to spiritual happenings. It is very common in many cultures globally to use blood sacrifice as a means to communicate and build bonds with more than human forces. Upon first glance, the scene can be read as quite gruesome, yet the figure's face asks the viewer to more deeply consider the event they are witnessing. As theorist and cultural critic Teresa N. Washington notes, quote, "Blood is a central element of African spiritual systems, rituals, medicines, and technologies because it carries the unique and personal biological and spiritual code of its bearer," end quote. For many, rituals that require or signify blood sacrifice are conduits of healing and fortification, and create pathways to experience pleasure, sexual or otherwise. Given our heroine's euphoric facial expression and references to the erotic healing power often attributed to Alegba, we are free to understand this figure as an exemplification of the kind of restorative rituals that predate colonial violence and chattel slavery. Moreover, this heroine embodies an extant restorative Black femininity and/or neo-Hoodooism that exceeds the shackles of those dispossessing legacies. In the final image I want to turn to, by Mutu, gruesome histories and restorative presence give way to a more speculative and idealistic rendering of potential Africana futures. The smooth and tattooed legs and exposed buttocks of this third heroine draw our attention to the center of the canvas, while the reddish-brown mottled flesh of her torso, neck, and chest support her bewigged head. Roses, sunflower, and other flora in hues of lilac, yellow, and pink compose what appears to be a car, with larger roses taking the place of where the wheels might be in a conventional automobile. The figure's windblown hair suggests that this contraption is in motion, and its composition of collaged organic plant life asks us to wonder about what is propelling it. Perhaps the fully bloomed roses and sunflowers, as they open to the sun and sky, are functioning as the most efficient power transmitters available. One can almost smell the fragrance of the petals powering this vehicle. And in our sometimes up to $6 a day, $6 a gallon inflationary world that often hits Black women's economic anxieties much more harder than other demographics, that efficiency is beyond seductive. Our heroine's body is reclined in a way that suggests relaxation. The alert positioning of her head, however, shows that whether driving or being driven, she knows exactly where she is going. In addition to the fragrant and fuel-efficient ride she's experiencing, the moist tongue of a white dog licks her ankle from a head protruding from the side of the plane. Within Black diasporic communities, people that embody toxic masculine traits are often colloquially referred to as dogs, as they behave in ways that uphold a short-sighted, extractive, and patriarchal conception of women's pleasure. But in Mutu's vision, the dog appears to be of service and is all white, perhaps indicating a purification or purging of patriarchal toxicity that gives way to a masculinity capable of serving the social, economic, and ecological pleasure of women. Unlike our heroine here, who surrenders in the last image to the pleasures of the spiritual, this figure does not appear to be enraptured in ecstasy. Instead, her nonchalant expression suggests that her pleasure is an expected, if routine, treat rather than a rare privilege. And in stark contrast to the softness of the organic matter and fleshy sensuousness of her body, tucked between her manicured fingers is a large handgun. Handguns, while dangerous and potentially deadly, are primarily used for protection. The fact that she appears to be prominently displaying this gun while luxuriating in this indulgent ride marks an inextricable link between her preparedness to use protective/deadly force and her relaxed, fuel-efficient pleasure. In the face of Black women's stagnated economic mobility, inflation-driven financial pressures, and threats of heteropatriarchal sexual violence, the scene we witness here exhibits a speculative Black femininity whereby Black women's bodily protection, erotic nourishment, and sustainable mobility are not fodder for social political debates, but rather facts of life built into a new world. What connects Eileen Norton as collector and the fabulously brilliant artists that populate her collection, of which I have only scratched a surface of a surface, is an investment in world building. And that world building is anchored in the principles that undergird her foundation: women, families, children, the earth. Their perspectives, tools, and creations could not be more distinct. But what brings these creators together are their consistent contributions to building the world anew. Using aesthetic, educational, and conceptual tools that are often overlooked and underestimated in terms of their potential impact on the transformation of our present, Maya Lin, Julie Moretu, and Wangechi Mutu in this collection encourage us to take deeper and deeper looks into who we are. As we do this, we become ever more equipped to operationalize art's potential to arm us with the tools to imagine radically healed futures. Thank you so much.
Chelsea, muitíssimo obrigado por
Chelsea,
sua
thank you so
apresentação.
very much. Thank you for your talk.
Te agradeço imensamente por trazer
We
também
appreciate it very much. Thank you for bringing up this conversation with what was presented before by Ross. We do have some questions already. I'll try to organize these questions. Some of these questions are for both of you, some of them are for one of you only. So let's begin. Question to Ross and then Chelsea, if that's fine. But again, we're in dialogue here. In both talks, an aspect that was very important, which is, by the way, something that we've been discussing in our research on ecology and on the exhibits that we want to put together in next year, has to do with time in ecology. So Ross, on the one hand, talks about the concept of rewilding.
In
Portuguese, how can we translate that? I mean, this would be a strategy for ecology restoration. So that made me think, Ross, you know, how can one think of those collective practices you mentioned, especially under the Palestinian context, the Sakiya collective group? How do these artists work with the issue of time? Because it seems to me that when it comes to, you know, dialogues, creation, all those processes take time in terms of community engagement, in terms of the relationship with this collective group, with their context and with their territory. I mean, we're talking about a territory that is in a zone of conflict. There's been imminent war. So how can time be seen? The idea of extended time or a slower time as compared to this unstoppable advance of conflict and extreme violence in the region, which is what we see considering the situation in Palestine. Can you please elaborate on that? How can you think of expanded time and this praxis?
Yeah, thank you, André. That's a really great question, and thank you, Chelsea, for that incredible talk. It was wonderful to hear that really detailed reading of those works. I'm really moved. But this question of time, yeah, absolutely. And I've been thinking from a number of years while I've been developing this research project about how there's this real tension between, on the one hand, things being really urgent, really, really overdue, and yet these solutions are about slowing down, often about rest, about recovery and healing, about building relationships, as Chelsea was talking about, this sort of relationships of nurture. And I think that that's one of the sort of paradoxes, and, you know, linked to this, the sort of systems of coloniality, of patriarchy, of extractivism, is this idea of sort of linear progress, a sort of linear time. And connection with land, I think, and I see this across all the projects, is about a connection often with different kinds of understanding of time and experiences of time, you know, which might be the cyclical time of the seasons, right, which are also getting scrambled in the impacts of climate change, you know, so it's leading to a lot of confusion that is expressed in trees releasing their pollen way too early, or you know, migration systems having to change and so on. So we're in a time of like really complex, it's a really complex time, set of times, multiplicities of time. And I mean, with Sakiya as well, you know, this idea of a sort of linear progress, of colonialism as a sort of civilizing progress, was precisely what harmed the Mashar, you know, the idea of the commons, right, which was misunderstood by the British colonialists as a sort of inefficient system. So again, this idea of land being put to the work of time, right, the time of measurement, the time of surplus value, right. And so I think that one of the things that really strikes me about Sakiya's work is when they're there in the land. So Nida also works at MIT, so he's moving between those places. Sahar is based there all the time. When they're there, they're really focused in their attention on the task in hand. So they're looking at a well, and you know, you're not going to get an email response from them while they're focused on that well. You know, so this question of attention is also about time, right? And it reminds me of how Henry Lefebvre talks about rhythm analysis. He has this beautiful description of the different modalities of time, and how you have the time of work, which is linear time, and then you have cyclical time, and then you have what he calls appropriated time, which is when you lose a sense of time. And I often think that kind of intense attention and observation, and not rushing into acts, but actually really gentle attention is something that's shared in a lot of these practices, you know, taking the time also to build relationships and so on. So it's a paradox that the things that are most urgent will take time, and we need to give them time, and we need to give ourselves time, and, you know, the need to recover from the sort of regimes of work that we're all in that are sometimes very difficult to cope with, even in privileged positions such as academics and museum workers and so on. You know, I think that there's this question of time is absolutely essential. And so, yeah, I think that, you know, we're also talking about the situation with Sakiya. You know, they've been raided by settlers. Everything is very, very fragile. And so there's also a different sort of ethic in relation to permanence, right? They're looking to the value of ephemeral structures, you know, to the structures that plants provide, the infrastructures that plants provide. And it makes me think of that very beautiful essay about infrastructure by Abdulmalik Simone, about infrastructure being what links, what gets forged between the relationships, in the relationships between people. So yeah, these are just some sort of thoughts in response to your question about time. I think it's a really complicated question, but it's absolutely crucial.
Muito obrigado, Ross. Não, achei
Thank you
excelente
very
o
much,
fato de
Ross.
você ter trazido o tema da
It's
ritmo-análise,
great
né,
that you
desse
talked
último
about
livro do
the
Henri
rhythm
Lefebvre, sobre essa
analysis
questão
from
dos
Lefebvre,
distintos tempos,
you know,
né?
the issue
Então,
on different
pouco
times.
de como muitas vezes eu também enxergo o
Sometimes
artista como uma espécie,
I see
usando o
artists
conceito do Lefebvre, de um
using
ritmo-analista, né?
Lefebvre's concept
Que
as an
consegue
analyst
entender a
of
escuta do
basis,
tempo
an
a partir
analyst of
do
rhythm,
fluxo
someone who
do próprio
can
corpo, a
listen
forma
to
como movimenta
time
com a cidade,
using
e a
their own
partir
body,
de um
using the
outro
way they
tempo que não é
interact
esse
with the
tempo
city.
capitalista,
It's a
né?
different time,
Então, eu
which is not a
acho super
capitalist
pertinente
idea of
essa
time. So that's
discussão e, com
a
certeza,
very
essa
timely
desconexão com um tema
discussion, and it's truly connected with the
das
topic
práticas
in
ecológicas
question
que a
and
gente
the
tem discutido nesse
ecological
seminário e
practices that
todo
we've
esse
been discussing
projeto
in this
que a gente tem
seminar.
investigado aqui no museu. E aí, sobre o tempo também, em
Now,
relação
still
ao espaço, eu queria te
on
perguntar
that
uma
note, we were
questão mais
talking about
específica,
time. Let's
Chelsea.
talk
Gostei
about
muito
space now,
mesmo quando você
Chelsea.
falou
I
sobre esse
really,
tema
really
sobre
liked it
desacelerar,
when you talked
né? Quando
about
você trouxe do trabalho
deceleration,
da Maya Lin,
when you
né? Dessa
mentioned
relação entre a
Maya
memória
Lane's
e o
work
tempo.
and relation
E eu
between
gostei
memory and
muito, muito
time.
mesmo quando você
I
mostrou
really
o
liked
trabalho
it
da Julie
when you
Mereto,
showed
né?
Julie
E eu adorei
Mereto's
essa
work.
ideia de lugares
I loved
ocultos da
this idea
paisagem.
of
Muitas
hidden
vezes
places
observo o
in the
trabalho da
landscape.
Julie, Chelsea, como
Oftentimes,
uma espécie
when
de
we look
uma
at Julie's work,
cartografia, né?
Chelsea,
De
I see
mapa
it
que
as a
vai
map
desvendando
or
lugares
cartography that
ocultos,
sort of
né?
unveils these hidden
Modos
places,
de fazer, ideias
different
que
ways of
até
doing things,
então
new
parecem
ideas that up
passos
until that
percebidos
moment would not
diante
be
de nós,
seen
né?
otherwise.
Eu queria entender pouco
I just
como
wanted
que
to
você vê essa relação
ask you, how do you see this
desse
relationship
processo de
between
desacelerar
this
diante de um
process
trabalho
of
artístico, né?
deceleration
Eu acho que
in the
durante
face
nos
of
últimos
artistic
10,
work?
15 anos, a gente viu
I
todo
think
um
in the past
discurso
10 or maybe
acerca do
15 years,
antropoceno,
there's
né?
been
E
a
até mesmo
great
essas teorias
discourse
que
on the
vieram
Anthropocene and other
há alguns
theories
anos em relação ao
that have been
aceleracionismo, né?
coming
Que a
to
gente
fruition in
deveria
terms of
acelerar cada vez
acceleration,
mais a
that we should
sociedade,
accelerate
né?
society's
Esgotar todos os
rhythm
recursos em um sistema
and make
capitalista
do of all the
precarizado e
resources in this
violento e ver o que
precarious,
poderia
violent capitalist
disso tudo
system,
poderia
and then
surgir,
see
né?
what could
E
emerge
ao
from
mesmo
that.
tempo vocês estão trazendo
At the
outras
same time,
questões em
you're
relação a
bringing new
desacelerar, em relação à
comments,
observação do
new ideas
pensamento
on
da
deceleration,
obra de
and
arte em relação a
really
esse tempo.
observing
E o que
artwork
significa esse
from a
trabalho de
different
poder
time
olhar
perspective. What does it really
uma
mean?
obra
How
como
can
da
we
Julie
really
Mereto? A
look
gente
at
está falando
works such
só de
as
uma
Julia Mereto's?
contemplação,
Are we talking
né?
about
Desacelerar significa
contemplation
apenas
merely?
contemplar uma
Decelerating
paisagem, mas
means
o que que
to
isso significa em termos
contemplate
de mudança
landscape?
social?
Or
Eu
what
acho
does
que
that
é um
mean
pouco
from
essa
a
pergunta que eu
social
queria te
change
fazer agora,
aspect?
Chelsea.
How do you go about that?
Thank you for that amazing question. And Ross, I love the way that you're thinking about time and it's helping me to think more expansively about the ways that art offers different strategies to engage time. I think deceleration is interesting to me. I think that when engaging both Lynn and Maretu specifically, when it comes to like time, speed, deceleration, and space, I'm not necessarily privileging deceleration over something called process. I think, or progress rather, sorry. I think what I am most interested in is thinking about what is necessary at the most appropriate time or in the most appropriate space. I think one of my critiques with broader environmental discourse, which also I love that you brought up this connection between coloniality and environmentalism, because it is something that it's a connection that gets obscured a lot. And there's a way that because environmentalism is our predominant framework for understanding an ecological ethic, we can kind of put it up in this fetishized way, like environmentalism as a political project or a set of ethics. And that can really obscure a lot of its violences and the fact that there are alternative modes of being in the world that can offer us different ways to relate to our environments. And so I sort of like, I'm using that to frame the idea that there are moments when deceleration is appropriate and necessary. And so that might look like organizing one's understanding of time according to a lunar cycle rather than a 24-hour clock or a month or whatever, or well, actually a month would be, but in alignment with the lunar cycle. But these other metrics of time making. And then there might be other times when there is an acceleration that needs to happen. And I think that the way that we understand what needs to be done when is by taking the time to actually understand cycles that we attribute to nature, while also understanding that we're producing those cycles as well. Like we are communally affecting the way that time that we understand. We're making time, right? We're making time. It is not just happening to us. Nature is not just happening to us. It's more a dance and a conversation between ourselves and these other forms of material that we call nature. And so I think deceleration is something that I think that we should focus more on because of the ways that it is so underprivileged in our sort of like progress obsessed Western culture. At the same time, I do think that there needs to be a balance. There are some things that move quickly. There are some things that move slowly. I think what art offers us, particularly artists that are focusing on this relationship between time, space, and cultural practices / social identity, is here are some other ways to, it's not just contemplative. Sometimes it's actually like a model, right? A model of speculation, something to try, something to consider, something to take beyond the realm of the contemplative into the action. But it's a bit safer and sometimes more appropriate to begin that work at the level of the aesthetic and then bring that into the material. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Excelente, Chelsea. Muito obrigado.
That's great, Chelsea. Thank you very much.
Recebi aqui uma pergunta para vocês duas.
Now, a question to both of you.
Diz assim, né? Como Ross
Here's the
e
question.
Chelsea enxergam a
How do Ross and Chelsea see the complementarity between art practices under institutional environments, thinking of Julia Mireto and Mutu, as compared to the other ones who happen outside urban environments, such as the Sakiya collective group, considering the interdisciplinary aspects of both? And if I can add to that question,
também queria que vocês comentassem pouco.
If you can also please, Ross, I was thinking about those projects you mentioned.
Tem alguma entrada em inserção institucional, em exposições?
If there's any institutional arrangement or formal exhibits to these projects, how has the art world handled or coped with such practices? And also, Chelsea, how do you see that, since you mentioned two artists that are well included in the institutional circuit with works in big museums? I wanted to better understand how these discourses that are produced by these works of art have been going around in different institutions.
Thanks, André. I mean, I can perhaps jump in first, if that's okay, Chelsea, just in relation to Sakiya, but in fact, all of the artists that I'm writing about and in conversation with, I think that there isn't a sort of that one of the sort of features of their practices is a sort of movement between the rural and the urban, between exhibition making, archival research, research that involves experimentation with materials or ways of growing or forms of creating social platforms for discussion and so on. So there's a kind of fluidity and a hybridity in the practices of the artists that I've been working with most closely in recent years. And I think that that's actually one of the things that art can do, right, very effectively. And I think also the kind of opportunities that are that for perhaps recognizing that there are experiences of precarity, you know, that might be shared, for example, between communities of artists and communities of farmers, or that the farmers might also be artists and the artists might also be farmers. So I think that that's one of the sort of interesting features. And I think that also there is a sort of, I think these practices also can be seen as part of a kind of wider engagement with thinking about forms of artistic pedagogy. So spaces of pedagogy, where might they be? You know, Sakiya have this understanding of the olive grove as a school, as a space of learning. So I think there's some really interesting questions about how we learn. And I mean, I'm sitting in my office in the university in London, in New Cross, a very densely urban, very highly polluted place, with lots of environmental and social challenges, right, for the local community. And I think that there's something about also working from where you are, which I think is really important, right? So in my own practice, I am involved with a number of gardens within the institution, which are spaces of learning, spaces for artistic experimentation, and so on. So it's also about doing as a sort of way of theorizing as well, you know, breaking down that barrier between the cerebral and the guts, and the affective, which I think is something that art can do very effectively. So I think that bringing together of different forms of knowledges, and something that draws me to a number of these artists is also how they do deep dives into other bodies of knowledge, for example, soil science, or plant breeding, or you know, countless other sort of sets of practices. And so the sense of what's proper to art is not so interesting anymore. It's more about the sort of kind of particular kinds of conversations you can have across different bodies of knowledge. And maybe that's also a form of translation. So I wanted to include the cover of the book Peace with Earth, which was an English translation of that pamphlet. So it's thinking about what it meant to bring that historic pamphlet into the English language from Swedish, but it's also thinking about how those ideas translate between time, and what doesn't translate well. You know, translation is not a smooth, comfortable process. Things get lost. You were asking about how rewilding translates, and it really sometimes doesn't land well. I encountered that a lot. So I think that these are sort of all contexts which get rubbed up against in thinking about how and where we work, who we work with, and so on. I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but these are just some thoughts.
Não, respondeu sim, te agradeço. Te agradeço.
No, you sure answered my question. Thank you.
Bom, Chelsea?
Chelsea?
Chelsea,
You're on mute.
Thank you. What I want to address with this fabulous question is what I'm hearing is there's a concern or a question about the relationship between these two artists and the various institutions that are supporting them or housing their work. And with both Moretu and Mutu, there is this recurrent preoccupation with notions of belonging. They are both artists who have been who have experienced levels of, alienation, perhaps even as severe as feelings of exile, in the various Euro-colonial contexts that they were either educated in, migrated to, move in as now sort of like very established and big artists. And so although they are both of them in particular are very tied to the institutions, sort of broadly conceived, and also specific institutions that house and support their work, those institutions within these larger frameworks that figure women of color in general and Black women specifically as peripheral, that always comes out in the work and always in the way that they position themselves alongside, within, or beyond the institution. So there are some objects that they produce that can fit quite nicely on a gallery wall, and or might fit within a particular space. And then there are other pieces that they're either commissioned to make, or that they elect to make, or they're working with institutions that speak to that kind of inside-outside relationship with space that mirrors these broader frameworks in coloniality that also trickle down into these discursive spaces that we give labels to, like, visual culture, environmental ethics, ecological ethics, et cetera, where women of color and Black women are also considered peripheral, right? So the piece that I mentioned briefly of Moretu's mural in that bank in Goldman Sachs has all of the trappings of kind of like a traditional commissioned art piece. And also, it can function as this commentary on an artist deeply committed to helping to give us a grammar or a language, sort of a visual language, to understand movement and variation and that paradoxical insider-outsider status, that her place in the art world continues to evoke. Because yes, it's this, highly sophisticated piece, but also it's highly accessible, right? It's where people pass it every day. People can engage with it every single day in ways that might arrest them and bring and sort of disorient them out of their day-to-day, but also because of the hustle and bustle of New York City in the United States, also might blend into the backdrop, right? There are so many different things going on there. There is both an elevation and kind of like a accessibility there. Another piece that comes to mind that I did not mention in my talk, but Mutu's series of sculptures, The Seated, which were commissioned by the Metropolitan Museum of Art and housed there for, I think, a bit like over a year in 2001 to 22, I want to say. And now those pieces are kind of like, they're a series of 4 statues commissioned by the Metropolitan Museum of Art, an institution that has been sort of like at the center of many conversations about accessibility over the years. Who gets invited into that space? Who doesn't? What kinds of conversations is the Metropolitan at the helm of? Are they exclusionary? Are they welcoming? Et cetera, et cetera. And so I think as sort of like a direct confrontation of that and an insistence on the centeredness of Black femininity as a figuration and also the concerns that come from that subject position, those pieces were arranged. That exhibition was outside of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So you didn't, you're encouraged to pay to visit, and there's sort of like a way that the Metropolitan Museum of Art is very much has the trappings of a colonial structure. And then you have this kind of like disruptive, really confrontational series of works by Mutu that are right outside that you have to pass through before you enter this space, right? So again, what Mutu is really good at doing is acknowledging these histories and then offering us like a different mode of relationality that is both inside and outside what we're accustomed to. And that is something that I'm really interested in when it comes to thinking through ecology, thinking through what we understand to be ecological art. And perhaps that's even the difference between ecological art and ecological aesthetics and environmental aesthetics. There's perhaps even more of a, rather than just a reflective quality, and I don't mean this in sort of any like one is better than the other or anything like that, but a disruptive and critical interest in offering us different kinds of relationality rooted in subject positions that are often relegated to the peripheral. So, yeah.
Super obrigado, Chelsea, por sua
Thank you, Chelsea, for your answer to that question.
Eu queria saber se vocês têm perguntas, se Ross,
Do you have a question to each other? Does Chelsea have a question to Ross, or does Ross have a question to Chelsea? Feel free to ask questions to one another. I think sometimes we like when our speakers have questions to the other speaker. And if you do, feel free to ask them.
Yeah, I actually do for Chelsea. I just really enjoyed your detailed readings of the images, and particularly Gwangechi Mutu's. And I'm kind of curious if you have more to say about the circular disk of the sky on or the semicircular disk of the sky, in terms of how you're interpreting that motif in relation to the figures.
Yes. Okay. I wonder if I should. That's a very good question. I think I haven't thought as much about that particular aspect of the image. I would say I think on some level, perhaps it is another reference to a lunar cycle, but yet again disrupted, right? Because in both these images, maybe I should bring it back up. Okay, so here, these two. So in both these images, what I love about Mutu's work is, again, she's really kind of just dropping us into these landscapes that we kind of really struggle to orient ourselves around. And so I would say that, it is an element of the image that gives us like, okay, we're in some kind of space that is governed by time or governed by a day, right? It's kind of like our only like environmental anchor, if you will. That does, because one is whole, and when viewed together, one's whole and one is half, take on this reminiscence of a lunar cycle. But it's filled with clouds and sky, it's filled with clouds, sky, sunshine. So we don't know what time it is according to our own metrics. And when I've engaged with Mutu's other work or other pieces, there are so many references to that which we might assume, but done in ways that asks us, or rather reminds us, that we're not on Earth, or we're not in this time space. It's a reference to where we are, but somewhere beyond it. I like to think about Mutu's work as like an archive of the future, or maybe even a different dimension, right? So like expanded possibilities. And so I think that's part of the reason why it's so generative, and why on some level, I think one of the question was, is this work is sort of like the usefulness of this work, is it limited to the level of the speculative or the contemplative? And I think that the speculative and the contemplative is very important. And also, it's a reminder that not only, I think in critical studies of aesthetics, of race, gender, societal ills, etc., we can get very, very focused on what is wrong with our Western, colonial, capitalist-driven world. And we can forget that there are many worlds here. And if this earth was only governed by those metrics, we would be hurling even more disastrously to our end. But there are worlds that exist that are that offer us possibility models for something else. And so that would be my reading of that image, that yes, we're here, but there's something else, there's something more, there's something beyond. And it's and it's a constant but subtle reminder of that.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I was also thinking about the way that ecology is so often thought of in relation to the terrestrial, but of course it's about much faster cosmic cycles and connections as well. And I loved your answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Thank you for this interpretation. Now I'm going to be thinking about this more, especially when I take this image back to my students in the spring. So thank you.
Bom, Rosa, Chelsea, quero agradecer vocês.
Ross and Chelsea, thank you both very much. Thank you for your talks. This was the first roundtable of our seminar. We're now almost wrapping up, but before doing that, do you have any final remarks, Ross and Chelsea? The floor is yours before we wrap up.
I just want to say thank you again to all the organizers, to Ross, and also I just really appreciate, I feel the need to affirm it again, that relationship between environmentalism and colonialism cannot be overstated, because we have been working with environmentalism as this sort of like paradigmatic framework for many decades now, and we really need to start thinking about its relationship between colonial capitalist space making, its relationship to whiteness, its relationship to masculinity, and continue the work of centering the kind of space making that's possible from alternative subject positions. So I just wanted to affirm that, given what we're dealing with right now, it couldn't be more urgent. So just thank you again for that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point to end with, Chelsea. And yeah, I mean, I feel like this has been a really beautiful session. Thank you, Chelsea, and thank you to the organizers. And what it's really brought home to me is how artists help us to sort of imagine other possibilities, and whether those possibilities are kind of within marginalized histories of possibilities that got foreshortened through processes of industrialization, colonialism, enclosure, privatization, and so on, or whether it's possibilities that are latent and need a bit of care and time to emerge, right? Whether it's through the support that artists get from patrons, from commissions, or whether it's through the creation of spaces and forms of mutual aid. So I think that's really nourishing and encouraging to bring that to the fore. So thank you so much. It's been a wonderful session. Glad to be a part of it.
Likewise.
Rosa e Chelsea, agradeço imensamente.
Ross and Chelsea, thank you very much once again for joining us for this seminar. I was also very glad I could be the mediator of this conversation and see that there are so much common ground between your talks. It's great to wrap up the first roundtable of our seminar this way. I hope we can address all those topics that were listed by you. I hope we can work on them in our public programs and exhibits next year in 2025. We're going to have talks, workshops, and conversations and dialogues with artists. So it's my honor to see that I've mediated this great roundtable. Thank you very much, Ross and Chelsea. Thank you to our audience who's been attending the seminar. Quick reminder, at 3 p.m. we're going to resume our seminar, and we're going to have the second roundtable with presentations from Juan Grupa and Gerard Guarani. We're now going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. Once again, thank you all very much. See you later. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Isabella Rigehali. I'm a curator at MASP, and today I will be mediating the second roundtable of the Histories of Ecology seminar. I will describe myself before we begin. I am a light-skinned woman. I have dark hair. I'm wearing a black t-shirt and glasses. Behind me, there is a shelf full of books, some plants, and I'll be mediating the afternoon session. Quick reminder to everyone who's attending the session, please make sure you send your questions in writing using the chat function on YouTube. After the two initial talks, we're going to have an open conversation. With that, thank you to our audience for joining us. Thank you to Farid Raccoon and Gerard Guarani for joining us for the roundtable. Farid is at a different time zone. It is quite late where he is. So again, thank you for making yourself available. Thank you for talking to us in the Brazilian time zone. With that, we're going to begin our roundtable. Thank you to everyone involved in the organization of this event. Ms. Brito, David, Ribeiro, my colleague André Mesquita, everyone from the mediation program, sign language interpreters, and also Portuguese English interpreters who will be translating the session for us. With that, I would like to invite Farid Raccoon. He will be speaking on behalf of Juan Grupa. Juan Grupa is a Jakarta-based collective group established in the 2000s. It is an organization that seeks to support the idea of art in the urban and cultural context by involving artists and other disciplines in order to present critical observations and viewpoints on contemporary urban issues in Indonesia. The collective has been involved in various projects, including participation in exhibitions such as the Gwangju Biennial, the Istanbul Biennial, the Asia Pacific Triennial of Contemporary Art, the Singapore Biennial, the São Paulo Biennial 2014, and the Aichi Triennial, as well as Cosmopolis at the Center Pompidou in 2018, together with Serum and Graphis Hara. Juan Grupa founded Good School, Contemporary Art Collective, and Ecosystem Studies. Farid Raccoon graduated as an architect from the Universitat in Indonesia and Cranbrook Academy of Art. He's a member of the artist collective Juan Grupa, with which he co-created Transaction, Soundspeak, and provided collective artistic guidance for the documentary 15 exhibition in Kassel 2022. With that, over to Mr. Farid. Welcome.
Hello. I hope you all can hear me okay and see me okay as well. As introduced, thank you for the introduction. Isabella, I'm Farid, joining you from Lombok in Indonesia right now, where it is 2 a.m. So that's why it's dark behind me, and surrounding me as well. So the second apology is for the lighting, so it's not bright, unlike everyone else maybe in the panel. And also, of course, for my non-existent Brazilian Portuguese, so it needs to be translated. So thank you for all the interpreters, verbal and visual. Hopefully it's all gonna be okay. I know it's not an easy task to do, so kudos for all of you. Let me share my screen so you don't only see my talking face. As introduced, I hope it's all okay. You see my screen. As said before, I am part of Ruang Rupa, which I will introduce soon. but I'll also talk about more about our understanding of ecosystem, maybe closer to the theme at hand, and why we keep on doing it. It's a succession of logics, I would say. I'll start with, this is just random, but this is like a doodle, a scribble on the wall of Ruang Rupa before we move into our space right now. We moved into several houses, then we turn our domestic space into something that's more public, let's say. And then this scribble, this doodle was found somewhere, and then it was included in some notes we made like a long time ago, I think like 15 years ago or something. As I said before, I think my introduction and hopefully deeper dive into the ecosystem will touch upon what's known as an artist collective called Ruang Rupa, but also what we understand as collective of collectives or an ecosystem. It's a good school, we call it. Like in English, it doesn't mean anything in Indonesia, the word, but it's an Indonesianized version, punked version of like good and school. We understand ourselves as an ecosystem that focused ourselves through our informal educational programs on collective and ecosystem building in contemporary art. And then, although we didn't understand it from 2000, let's say, because Ruang Rupa was founded in 2000, we came up with the term lumbung or rice barn, which is a vernacular thing for Indonesian. Many Indonesians use it. If you Google lumbung Indonesia, then something else will come up. I think it's food or an educational company. But it was from the get-go a reason or operating system we tried to develop. We've been trying to develop through what we understood now as a collective. We didn't use the term collective in 2000 even. When we traced back, I think we only used the term collective after 2010. Our guess, our assumption is we started using that term because of our more intense encounters with English-speaking world. But it's kind of like the diagram, what the diagram shows this time. It's like a collection of individuals that holds its resources, and we put it in the middle, let's say. And then that resources can be used by ourselves and by others. So it's important to see ourselves as bank of resources. And then maybe just to start, I'll speak over this short video. It won't be to the end, I think, but it was made in 2014. So this is our introduction from 2000 to 2014. At that moment, we started this way as we were young ones. So in Jakarta, it's one of the most expensive places in Indonesia. So artists, especially young artists, don't have the luxury of owning their own space or running their own studios, etc. So many of us started on the street, if not, and largely our street is our studio, or we turned into like a desktop, like a desk. Yeah, it's a desktop because laptop wasn't popular at that moment, but like it shrink our working space into a desktop. So certain medias that follow that logic came to the forefront. And then we understand ourselves coming from that interest at that moment. That interest were not catered well by what was existing already. And then a lot of times we make our own infrastructures. We imagine our own world, the type of things we like to be in. That's why we started, like many other collectives as well, we started at home and then turn it into something else, as I said before, making the living room into either as exhibition space, workshop space, meeting space, all those kind of stuff. So it's more public, as you can see this time. Like students play an important part because we were students once. A lot of us didn't even finish our studies. And then that forum of students, we push further into other things. Right now it's Jakarta 32. It was a student forum and festival we organized since 2004, I think. This is how I actually knew about Ruang Rupa, because I was a student as well. I entered university in 2000, but this was my meeting point with Ruang Rupa. Then also media or video art, new media, all those kind of stuff became a thing as well we were interested in. And then we make festivals as well on video art, for example. We started it in 2003. It became a 2-yearly thing as well. But as I said before, it was not catered where, like the way we want to talk about video wasn't the way the existing structures were talking about it at that moment. Music also played an important part. Because up until today, actually, in Jakarta itself, we're known more of like a group of artists that make or support underground music movements instead of like, exhibiting a group of artists. But of course, it has gone through different phases if we talk about where we're at in 2024. And then after Lumbung, if that's the operating system, we're also developing the softwares now on which the operating system run as well. One of them we call Majelis or assemblies. It's the way for us to reach agreements and make decisions, and also how we interact with outsider world, especially our neighbors. And then through assemblies, which we get better and better through time. That's how we understand ourselves first, and also how we communicate to others the second. So we're not like we're not governing ourselves through like other type of collectivism, but yeah, like but agreements were made, and then also it's the highest form of decision making. So we have to respect what Majelis have produced, and everyone follows, let's say. And then this Majelis is also a strategy for us to horizontalize decision making. So not the loudest, not the smartest, not the most vocal holds the reign, let's say. And then this is where we practice this type of sayings. The remote control can be given to many others inside the inside the ecosystem. That's how we understand it, which I will come up into later. Because it was the responsibility of holding an assembly or majelis get rotated as well. So the things that were talked about, why we're doing the majelis and how we're doing it, most importantly, also change based on the host. Through this, I think our understanding of resources being, or like bank of resources being pushed. I think this diagram came about in 2018. It was kind of like the idealized version of good school, which holds like 3 pillars, and knowledge, which is practiced through good school. It's 1 pillar, and then how we value the artistic resources, the artistic contributions from everyone through Art Collective Compound, or ACC we call it. And then also another pillar is we keep on playing with this is through self-generated income, and how it can be used to foster exchanges inside the ecosystem itself. And then that's why it's called self-sustainability. And ROOCS is our commercial wing, let's say, or sustainability wing. And then it's also the place where, like, lately, after, like, you know, in last 2 or 3 years, been playing with this notion of self-sustainability, where we can get our resources, keep on coming our resources from. And then also it's not this neatly divided anymore, let's say. It's just like it's useful to, as a diagram, to communicate how we operate, but in reality, in everyday argument through also assemblies or majelis, we talk about this all the time, through conflicts as well, of course, that's recent. And then this is where the notion of also collective of collectives, because after a while, Ruang Rupa understood, at least since 2015, if not before, that we cannot sustain ourselves only as an artist collective, but in relation to other initiatives, to other collectives, etc. That's why the collective of collectives came about. And then through this as well, we understand, we came up to the understanding of an ecosystem. It's the collective of collectives, of course, which, like, you know, it's a collection of not only individuals, but also more than the sum of its parts. If it becomes a collective, like Ruang Rupa itself, or Serum, or Grafis Ruhara, which form a good school. But also when we started to think about what can we do further, if we see ourselves as a bank of resources, others will also hold the bank of resources. Our journey will be affected and affecting as well others. This is a diagram which we keep on showing, like like a journey of rivers, or at least one river, and then it meanders. It separates, but it also kind of like unites again at one point or another. It's like water as well. Like it's not fully predictable. Sometimes we can try to engineer water, but like it's not always successful. So we let it be. How it can be. How this journey. If we can think about steps or way of doing things, but where we're heading is not fully understood a lot of times, at least from our point of view. Lately, after 2022, I think at least, starting to 2021, we've been using the opportunities that come to us to practice or what we have called of like locally rooted, being locally rooted. So, as you might know, but maybe not many of you have been introduced to Indonesia, for example, because geographically we're separated so far away. Although every time I come to São Paulo, for example, or to Brazil, it doesn't feel like that. The language maybe is foreign, but there are sensibilities that we share, a lot of them. But this is a map of Indonesia, and then we've been trying to do more and more things, how to push things, and then share ourselves and learn from as well, mostly from our own context in Indonesia, because there are many homeworks that we need to do here. That's also where we get our sensibilities, building infrastructures always, because there's a lack of it. It has been changing, but it's a lack of it. This map is actually like the continuous research we're doing. This is a portrayal in 2021 of Lumbung Indonesia, where we continuously map initiatives and collectives throughout Indonesia. As you can see, the island of Java, which is in the bottom middle, it has 24, 11, and 11 as a number, holds the most number of initiatives and collectives we know. And Sumatra is 3, for example, and Kalimantan as well. But it's changing. We've been trying to do things like this, which brought me to Lombok again this time. Nusa Tenggara Barat is where Lombok is, in the middle. Nusa Tenggara Barat, as you see, at West Nusa Tenggara. Residencies, cultural art weeks, and then exchange opportunities, building networks throughout Indonesia. It's like we're more and more we learn from the central, west, and east, outside of the island of Java itself. We are actively learning from, because honestly, for me at least, if not us in Ruang Rupa, great things are happening from there, actually, better things as well, like things that are valuable to learn from, happening outside of Java, the island of Java, more and more, because infrastructure were not that strong, hegemonic thinking were not that established, being alternative is not that popular, because alternative to what? The mainstream is not that strong. So there are opportunities to do things differently, imagine things differently as well. And then through PKN is Pekan Kesenian Nasional, or Cultural Art Weeks, which we're working officially many times right now, with the government a lot of times, but also with other established organizations, because we can do it this time, and then we try to bring those resources in. And then this is where national celebration of culture being brought back for a week into Jakarta, and then this is also kind of like we're using this opportunity again to even like enlarge what Jakarta means. That's why it's like the surrounding area as well is included. And then right now, Jakarta is in the process of losing some of its centralized moment. Maybe some of you knew we don't have the capital again. It's like we're following Brasilia model maybe, or the government is following, for better or worse. A lot of it is for the worse. It's a questionable move, but it is a move. So we're dealing with it right now. And then, yeah, I think I'll close with it because that's the time I've been given, but hopefully we can talk about more things in the discussion. I'll stop sharing. Thank you.
Farid, muito obrigada pela
Thank you, Farid, for your presentation. Thank you for sharing one Rupa's practices. We are still waiting for Jara Guarani to connect. She was having some internet connection problems. So I think we're going to change our initial plan. I do have some questions for you, so I think we can start asking questions to you while we wait for Jara Guarani to connect to see if we can talk to her as well and to hear her presentation. First, I would like to thank you for sharing your presentation with us. Connecting what you said to what other speakers addressed this morning, I realized that what's interesting about Juan Rupa's practice, at least for me, is how you think of an entire ecosystem where the artist is part of. I think that sometimes our practices do not take into account the fact that we belong to a much wider ecosystem. And within that, the only way of interrupting or preventing colonial extractivist practices, the model that, of course, is the colonial model that is applied to our countries that affect from agriculture to knowledge, I believe the only way of stopping that process, or the only way of creating a resistance against this process, is by establishing horizontal networks and sustainable networks. And I believe that this is what Juan Rupa does. This is your praxis. This is your way of working. So it's something that we observe in nature. And of course, we need to mimic that in our existence in the world. Sustainability seems to be related to that as well. Does that make sense to you? How do you see that? I know that Lumbum is also related to sharing, a way of sharing food in the case of rice originally. So I would like you to talk about that. So how does this collective model, this horizontal model, operate? It exists, it operates, so I believe this is the only way we can live in a sustainable world is by using systems like that. How do you use that system to invert or to revert some processes that in an artistic system will go against artists and everyone who work with art? I understand that I asked a very long question. I even tried to summarize what you said and to make sure that I understood your point. But I would like to hear your take on that. How do you apply this production system, which is different from the capitalist and colonial production system? So can you please talk about that?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think like first and foremost, I think we realized a long time ago that we're urban creatures. So that's one. I think like, yes, we are living in a system that is like, you know, free market, capitalistic, and all those kind of stuff, materialistic, because we're coming from that. But we're trying our best not to be reactionary. We know that these systems exist, and then how we can, what we change is maybe the way we think about things, no? Because it's not being extractive is one, but also alienated is another, no? We just cannot work that way. We're rejects from that system. Now, many of us, if not all of us. That's why we have to imagine otherwise, no? That's our case. And then certain metaphors we are using, or we have been using, it's also coming from our cultural background. Like lumbung is something that is very useful over here. We keep on using it because it's a shortcut. A lot of people we talk to understand that. No, it has been used, it has been abused, it has been misused as well. But what we can do, at least, like to enter a certain type of understanding, and then we don't have to explain it from scratch. We just have to think about, because it's agricultural term. It's also a term coming from it is agricultural, so it's after money, let's say, but it's not fully modern as a term as well. It has been abused for, like many others, but by the government mainly, as well, by the corporations even. But the core, I think, if we want to go back to the core, it's easier. It's easy to do. It's a way to share, because one, I think the first thing is to think about ourselves as sufficient, because we can only be generous when we're sufficient, no? Many times. So we're not lacking, let's say. Like many understanding these days, no? Like we're not poor to begin with, because like your context as well, many of you come from Brazil, I would assume, but that it's not. Yeah, people come to our context exactly because we're not poor, no? But we were told that we were poor. So before that, we're actually sufficient. So having that understanding that we're a pool of resources that we can share further, we don't have to be rich first and then be generous, but we have to be sufficient. Poor people can be sufficient. Rich people can be in deficit, let's say. So if we think of ourselves as a bank of resources, then the next question is like how we can share, and what we can share, and how we can share them, the resources itself, to others. And then I think then we come to the worldview, or like the cosmologies that we have forgotten, being urban creatures, that, like, you know, our great grandfathers and grandmothers hold dearly, how they see ourselves they see themselves not only as part of bigger human ecosystem, but also more than human, no? So they're not the master of nature, let's say, but a part of it. I think like that's the next understanding of that, which we are still fighting for to get to that understanding. Because we're coming from Jakarta, but it was a starting point of that. And then it also needs to be underlined. Our understanding and our practice of Lumbung is not the only way, and it's not the magic pill to answer all of the challenges we're facing. That's exactly why we keep on learning from others, and then we see the values in it. It's actually why it's the most valuable thing. That's why we keep on learning. We keep on doing what we're doing, because then, like, you know, in West Sumatra, in West Nusa Tenggara, where I am right now, they have different opportunities. They have different challenges. They came up with different way to understand, way of sharing. Not only knowledge, not only resources in the term of knowledge, but also, of course, histories, and also time and space and all those kind of stuff. Then we are humbled by it, let's say, and then I think that's the most valuable thing. Why we're doing what we're doing, including, I think, like, from a distance, I know that I think the context of Brazil holds a lot of resources that way as well, like how the indigenous cultures deal with the challenges and opportunities they're given these days and throughout the history. I would stop there. Hopefully it's not too long and winding, my answer.
Não, a resposta foi ótima, Farid. Não foi.
It was a great answer. It was not too long.
Essa questão de entender, né, como, enfim,
I believe that it is important to understand that, and of course, we want this hegemonic empowering from the global north, so that the global south will no longer feel that we have lack of resources, that we don't have enough resources, but rather to see ourselves in the global south as sufficient. I would also like to ask you about how does that translate into a curatorial practice? I understand that as part of your structure, there is a position that is very strategic, which is the curator position, the curator's position. That person is ultimately a mediator. Being a curator puts you in a position that you're mediating something between the audience and the artists, between sponsors and institutions and the audience and artists. So it's a figure that is in between, or between other agents. So it's a person that goes in between. And I think it's interesting that what you do collectively as curators, you decentralize the figure of a curator. I think that's also a very interesting model of curatorship, and that gives autonomy for the production of other artists. I would like you to talk about your curatorial experience in this ecosystem. I know that in São Paulo you participated in the Bienal of São Paulo, and I know that you participated in this project. Also Document 15, which is a very large exhibit in Castle, that your curatorial work was there as well. I think this implodes some categories, such as the figure of curators. I think this opens space for us to think of different models, to think of different roles for curators, to tear down the hierarchy or a power concentrated in the hands of one single person. Could you share with us your curatorial experience and how does that apply here?
Yeah, thank you for that question. First and foremost, I think I have to start with stating that we're not trained. None of us were trained as proper curators. So sometimes we hold ourselves back to call what we do as curatorial, although others might claim that. But we see it also as like, our foray to curatorial thing was a necessary step. It's like born from necessity, because at least in our ecosystem, that species called curator came quite late. That's why we also started the writing and curatorial workshop in 2007, because there was none. We knew, learning from other models, let's say, that are other contexts, we knew that it's needed. The figure or the role of curators were needed, but at that moment, there were no curatorial school in Indonesia. So we're trying to answer our own need by holding workshops, to introduce and to familiarize ourselves of what curatorial could be. And then through that, I think we found out that we're curating anyway. We're curating our things already anyway. And then our works are curatorial by nature, even some would argue like that. Out external from us, that argument came first, I think, came outside from external sources, and then which is useful. So then we know that we have to sharpen it. If what we're doing is curatorial, and then we look into what curators do, and then how we fit and how we not fit in that type of understanding, that's why we develop our own ways of doing things. Ruang rupa as a term, it's from two words. Ruang is space and rupa is visual or a form. So ruang or space is the important thing, which I can underline here, is because our practice and our approach have to be space-based. So spatial practice is important for us. When it's curatorial, it gets, if we want to call it that way, like for Documenta 15 or for Sonsbeck, for example, or what I shared with you before in Indonesia, like for residency programs, for networking between art initiatives in Indonesia, then space becomes even more important. That's why we do what we can be understood. I didn't share it before, but hopefully you can imagine Ruru House. That's what we call a module called Ruru House. It's a house because that's where we're starting from, and then it's a living room where we can absorb things from the surroundings. When we were in Sao Paulo, we treat our exhibition space in the biennial pavilion that way as well, to a certain extent, as a living room, so we can learn from groups that are operating in Sao Paulo, and then we invite them to work, and we even give them the keys as well, no, like to our space at least, that they can use to do workshops, to have their own exhibitions, to screen something, to sing together, all those kind of stuff. So that's the living room part. And then, but it needs to be our space. If it is a curatorial foray, I would say, it needs to be unprogrammed, meaning that like, it's not that we have schedules, but it needs to retain certain openness. So then ideas that came out from the meetings, from the relations that we are having, can be done almost spontaneously, you know, as spontaneously as possible. When it meets institutions, it becomes, of course, a challenge, but that's where the negotiation comes in. And then that's, a lot of times, that's where our artworks comes in as well. That's where the works is. That's where our work is, let's say, the negotiation part. But yeah, I think having that said, the powerful role that the curators have, which you said before, Isabella, I think it's also quite new, no? Before, curators were just like caretakers, but then there was a turn. The history of Documenta, I think, helped that as well. Documenta 5, I think, helps to cement that as well, where the curators become the most powerful figures in contemporary art scene, let's say. And then I think because it's quite new, it's not that hard to imagine otherwise. That they need to think their role. Mediator is one, which is kind of like, you know, more horizontal, but also they're part of the ecosystem. Like, if we understand at least the art practices that we're interested in, are the ones that kind of like see themselves as part of a whole, and then they address it as well. So they give back to where they're coming from, their context. So curators needs to be to understand their role the similar way as well, not only as their role in the ecosystem of artistic ecosystems, with the audience, with the institutions, with the funders, with the artists. The list goes on, but also to the context where they're sitting at, no? And what can they give back? I think if it's done sincerely, I think that can be a promising step forward, I would argue. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Farid, por essa resposta.
Thank you very much for your answer, Farid.
Enquanto curadora também,
now, as a curator myself, that is a very important topic. You know, thinking about the political aspects of this figure, what roles we play, and how we can maybe push the limits a bit further, considering where we stand, what is expected from us, so that we don't really just replicate the model of a curator as this figure of power, which is what is expected from us. Maybe distribute this power is one of the things we can do. And one of your slides stated that collaboration is always giving the remote control to other people or distributing the remote control, right? That's what the slide read. And oftentimes, institutions themselves are not really ready to cope with such a new approach, or they're not used to giving the remote control to many people. Sometimes the institution works under a model that makes curator reproduce such a model, because the institution can only run if the remote control is at one person's hand only. So when you think of this remote control and when you distribute this control, then the institution needs to be changed as well. The institution needs to be open for such change. And that is against this rationale, that power is at one person's hand only, or concentrated one place. I mean, we do have the resources. It's what you said. We have the means to do it. That is not always something that's lacking. So we can use what we have to make it happen. We're now waiting for Jura, but we don't really know she's going to join. She hasn't joined yet. I think she had some connectivity issues.
Também aproveitando para registrar isso, né? A gente está gravando um seminário
For
de
the
Histórias da
record,
Ecologia.
we're now recording the Histories of Ecology seminar, and in Brazil, we've got wildfires in different spots. These fires were caused by human action. They're not really wildfires. So air humidity levels are very low. People are suffering with respiratory diseases. It's a major problem for the whole country. The air quality is really low because of human action and human fires. There's an investigation on environmental crimes, and I'm saying that because we're talking about ecology, we're talking about different systems, and I mean, we're part of the system. We are part of the system, like I said, and the system has to be thought of in visual arts as well, and in culture in a broad sense. So just for the record, this is what's happening in our country today. Farid, do you have any final remarks, any comments you wanted to make? Or maybe any questions you want to ask? So I'll hand the floor back to you for your final remarks, because since Gerard hasn't yet been able to connect, we want to be mindful of our time, and I know it's late where you are, so over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think maybe just to continue where you have left off before, institutions, for example, and also like, knowing again, like from my limited knowledge, institutions like yourself, like MASP, even in the architecture is already different than something like, I don't know, very big museum in the old continent, for example, or museums in the United States, something like that. I think it shows in the DNA. So talking about institutions is different, of course, with you or with European or United States, or institutions from the United States. But yeah, a lot of times based on our experience, it's hard to push as well intended as institutions can be. A lot of times their mandate or their DNA, the reasons why they were founded, I think it's out of time. It's not for the stuff that we're talking about right now, for example. They're not ready for it, and they will never be ready. The best that they can do is they perform. They make performance out of it, like inclusivity, etc., representational and all those kind of stuff. But when it's time to act, So when it's action time, it was made, the structure itself, the operating system again, it was installed from the get-go, and it is developed because of that, is not ready for those type of actions. It's not made for it. So I think like a lot, at least for us, although it is like, again, like we're coming from a context that's like, you know, the national, the big mainstream, or like the big hegemonic positions are not that strong anyway. So it's easier to either topple them or coexist with them. It's easier not to be an alternative over here, but to imagine something else again, and then it doesn't need to be again with the scale. I think like hopefully my diagrams can be read that way as well, small but many. And that's where Documenta 15 failed, if you ask me. It's still like, you know, it still reproduce the scale of bigness. We learn from it. Next time we should keep on doing small but many. But yeah, to imagine and to practice something else, even to imagine something like a different type of institution, can also be very, very valuable, which I think we are trying to do right now. I don't know whether we're going to be successful, but given the opportunity we have right now, it makes sense. And it also kind of like, it makes sense to practice the generosity, to give remote controls to others and all those kind of stuff, to keep on extending invitations. But I think like at least my personal experiences exchanging with your context, it always gives me hope. It is challenging, of course. Sorry to hear another like man-made disaster which you need to face right now. Culturally, nevertheless, I still see more hope than many other places in which I have encountered as well. So hopefully we can keep on that relationship alive after this, between contexts, not only between us MASP and Ruang Rupa, let's say, but we're just like, you know, channels for our context again. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Farid.
Thank you, Farid.
Pela votação. Bom,
Thank you for your comments. With that, I would like to thank everyone who joined us for this session. Thank you again to Farid. We know it's maybe 3 in the morning already in Indonesia. We acknowledge that. Thank you to the team of the museum. Thank you to everyone who worked to make this possible. Like I said before, this can only happen because of many people who are working hard to make this happen. Thank you to the technical team, sign language interpreters, and also English, Portuguese interpreters who've worked for us today. Thank you to the audience who's been watching us since the morning session, and I invite you to keep on following the museum's program. Histories of Ecology and the other seminars were put together under the context of the Histories series. There's a cycle of seminars that are happening in the museum so that we can prepare the museum for the 2025 cycle, which will be dedicated to histories of ecology. Histories of diversity, queer histories. The exhibit should open soon, but we got some monograph exhibits in the museum as we speak, and the Histories of Ecology cycle will also have an exhibit with international guests. We're going to have a catalog and an anthology of texts that will be published. Many of them are texts that were written for the seminar. These are reference texts, and the sessions are also recorded and made available on our YouTube channel. So if you want to watch previous seminars or previous debates, just check our YouTube channel. It's a pity Gerard couldn't join us, but I'm sure we'll have the opportunity of listening to her in other occasions in the museum. That's it. Thank you all very much and have a great afternoon.